Right, no one in chat. That's weird. Had to let the counter run down. Giveaway today? Yes, maybe there's a giveaway today. Yes, there is a giveaway today. Okay, so there's someone in chat. Well, I mean, it's just you and me, Epic. Then you're gonna win the giveaway. Yay! I might as well, while no one is here, then send those keys over to you. While we remember, while it's just the two of us hanging out. There. There we go. Okay, a few other people. Good. Right, so well, I started up the countdown pretty late, so that's probably why. But anyway, it's good to see you. It's nice that someone's around. I just realized it's Thursday tomorrow, and I have to get my car for repairs, which is going to probably take all day, and I have not prepared the video in advance for the masterclass. So that's going to be a little bit stressful. It will be there either tomorrow or Friday, but I also wanted to do another shapes video. So, which will be, one of them will be, ideally it'll be Thursday and Saturday. So that's the plan. But let's see. It might be like it's easier to do the shapes video and then get that out tomorrow, and then spend Friday on making the masterclass. That might be a better option. Yeah, I think so. But let's see. You will get both of those this week if you are interested in that. Right. Last time we got our train network going, which is really nice. And then, yeah, so it's about scaling up and actually leveraging it, and not sort of running out of points all the time. What are we going to make both of? It's just the two videos I need to do this week. It's a masterclass video, a factorio masterclass video, and another shapes video. And I want to get both of them out this week, and preferably one tomorrow and one on Saturday. And it's just kind of organizing which one makes the most sense to get first. So yeah, that is the plan. I saw a clip from Danish primetime TV. So this is like an evening show it's at 9 o'clock. So it's kind of like the stuff that people sit and eat their TV dinners in front of. Mr. and Mrs. Denmark are watching this kind of shit. It's called Good Evening Denmark. Like, can it be more socialist than that? So anyway, I just saw a clip because it was a segment of a guy tuning an air guitar. Yeah, exactly. That was it. And then the reason why it was a clip was because he then brought out a free Palestine, a Palestinian flag, and then it was like, oh, free Palestine, woo! And then I was like, yeah, I mean, and then they sort of panned away, like, oh, what are we gonna do? It was still in the same studio. And I was like, the weird thing is not that there is an activist, a protester. The weird thing is, like, primetime TV on the Danish main channel is a guy tuning an air guitar. Like, seriously? Is this what they... How can they expect them to keep in tune? I know. But, like... do they have no standards, the people who are... like, life choices? I don't mind the guy doing it, right? That's just a hobby. And apparently for him it was like he didn't even take his own hobby that seriously, so he kind of wanted to blow his air guitar career by being a protester. Fine, he didn't take it seriously, but someone must be there about like, all right, it's Wednesday evening, primetime Danish TV. What can we entertain with? All right, let's look at our cue cards. Why are they all empty? fuck, we got nothing. This is what we call in Denmark, and it's during the summer, we call it cucumber times. And I think it's something about back in the days when there was only one TV channel, then during the summer, it was always like an interview with someone who had like grown a strange shape of cucumber. So I was like, that's primetime news. So it's called cucumber time, where it's slow news. So, and you don't want to be like politics or anything. So it's always like someone who grew a strange shaped potato or cucumber, or someone who's tuning an air guitar, or some trivial things that have, like, yeah. Well, that's Flow TV for you. So I think it's way better than breaking news. I mean, I can understand that you might want to get a break from it, but when they get away with Good Morning Dong from 6 to 9 and then repeat it from 9 to 12, like than whoever is running that. Yeah, it's like morning or daytime TV is just nowhere is that high quality. It's just bottom of the barrel, like strange stories of quirky things, because you also have to think about who is the audience. That's the crazy thing, right? Who is the audience watching these kind of things? And yeah, I don't know. It's weird. So I was and just to put it into perspective with on sort of Danish public radio and Danish public TV, like you think like, okay, well, let's say an audience of 6 million people. Sure, that's not a lot, but you know, there's still like a monstrous amount of people employed at the two national TV stations, and they produce an outrageous amount of content. And then I thought, like, I wonder how much is like, what is the case? I can understand with BBC because there's a much bigger audience, but you know, it's probably subsidized by the Danish taxes, of course, which makes sense, and you have to have something there to make sure that it's not all commercially driven, but there's some public service element to it. But I'm just like, there is an absolute absurd amount of content to generate. And like, what is the quality criteria, or more likely, what is the bar that they're setting to? Like, what are good numbers? Good numbers in terms of sort of, oh, this is a amazing show, and it turns out that in like last year or something, it was like 20 shows over the whole year that broke 1 million viewers. I was like, ah, that's not much. And each view, how much is one view worth? Or they produce like endless amount of podcasts. Public service numbers don't matter. Well, they do, because if you're making public service and no one is watching it, then you can't argue that it's public service, because the public is not consuming it. So there has to be an element of, we do this for the public, and then the argument is like, but the public is not watching it. Then it's not a public good if it's not being consumed, and it is a lot of taxes that goes into it. I'm not saying that it should be like only do popular stuff, but there's also an element of like, well, what is the price point of this? And I was just kind of, because of course I'm comparing it to my small time YouTube channel, and I was just looking at my live stream of Factorio launch day would be rated really high. It was if I had those numbers and I was on Danish public rate. I probably wouldn't get as many views if I was there, but you know, like the idea of it is that pathetic numbers, like a one person in his bedroom can get similar numbers as, and of course there's much bigger YouTube because you have a much wider audience and it's just going for popularity, and it's like not in comparison, but it's still like crazy to think how like Good Evening Denmark TV show, like what is the viewer numbers there? Like, is it 100,000 people watching it every night? Like, really? I mean, what's the value of that? I don't know. But maybe it's the fact that, so there's two public radio or public TV channels in Denmark. One is without commercials, and the other one is partially funded by commercials. And of course, the one that's partially funded by commercials is they the commercials around those news blogs like Good Evening Denmark, they probably have very high value because people who sit at home watch Flow TV are probably the people who watch a stupid commercial and go like, "Wow, I can buy a new phone and only pay $100 a month for 7 years. Wow, it's only like whatever, right?" Who don't understand the annualized interest rates or that kind of thing, and therefore the commercial slots. If you're watching Flow TV, you're also going to watch through the commercial segment before your next segment of Flow TV you're going to watch, because you're just going to be like, turn on the telly, lean back in the couch, and then just consume whatever is on. Not very selective. So I would imagine that those commercials are very high value. If you stream more than 6 hours a day, you create more content than TV2. Oh, that's crazy, right? Yeah. And some would say also higher quality. That's crazy that they only produce 6 hours of TV per day. I mean, now I'm just taking your word for it, but that's like genuinely new content. And of course, they just, I don't know. I mean, it probably is true. I think it's part of creating a Danish culture, something that brings Danes together. So not so much about getting the most views. Oh, absolutely, absolutely, Froken Focus. It is absolutely true, because it's also like a way to keep the language alive and keep it synchronized. That this is Danish is the way that they speak on the news. There we go. That's the true Danish, right? It's then there can be all sorts of dialects, and my God, we have weird dialects, but for such a small country. But there's like, this is the official Danish, and maintaining that, and also sort of tying the small country together with like some priest in somewhere who saw a cloud that looked like Jesus. I mean, not those kind of religious, but it's more like a priest in Jutland who talks about windmills. That's news. That's really the epitome of news. Like, it's always like a priest, because they got nothing to do. They got literally nothing to do. There's no one coming to the churches. All they got to do is, like, they get paid by the state, so they got to do something. And that means they always come around and have an opinion about anything and everything. Windmills in Jutland, for example. So, are you doubting my career choices? I don't know. Yeah, public service should be just that. Public service. News, local documentaries, whatever really matters to the country, region, city. Yeah. You want to see a movie, goes to Netflix. Yeah. I mean, I still think that, yeah, I tend to agree, but you can also just, like, what are they going to do the rest of the day? I mean, they can't produce 24 hours of news in Denmark. They can barely produce half an hour of news in Denmark. So, are you portable your TV license like in the UK? Yes, you are. They actually changed it from being sort of you were forced to pay a TV license to now it's just part of the taxes. I mean, I think so, because I haven't paid for it ever, and I never will. So when they charge me over the taxes, I don't have a choice. But every single time when they came around and go like, well, we see that you don't pay this. Hey, did you know that everyone, if you have an internet connection, you have to pay? And I was like, I just ignored it, because there's no repercussions. They will send you reminders. They'll sort of come knocking at your door, and we can hear that you're like, fuck off. Just ignore it. So it's unenforceable. I was like, what is that word? Unenforceable? Yeah, it's unenforceable. Yeah. So like, whatever. That was like my little protest about the stupidity of public radio. So, and I think that in the modern day and age, like, yes, sure, it sucks to be reliant on a platform like YouTube or Twitch or something like that. But I think that a lot of news coverage is done much better independently, run by individuals, than it is done by big networks. And sure, if you commercialize things too much and you suddenly have billionaires owning news networks, you have a massive conflict of interest, and therefore you are not unbiased. But then again, if you have something that's paid for by the state, then they are an institution in and of itself, and they will perpetuate their own existence, which isn't really much different, right? So Danish public radio will be sort of pushing the narratives that they are legitimate and they need to be valued. Even and when there is, because there always is, a scandal about yet another mid-level executive who'd been groping the intern, then they don't cover it very well on their own news network. Surprise, surprise. And you know, that's just the way of the world, right? So I think that distributed is better in almost all cases. And yeah, and you will then not get the local news. I also watched some. I had a friend who was on the local news, and it was a news segment from the southern part of Jutland. So like their specific TV station for the southern part of Jutland. It was really well researched, presented, factual, utterly boring. But that was genuinely public service. It was, and my friend was he was coming from the energy ministry, the Department of Energy, and talking about technical water. Why he was so happy and so enthusiastic about technical water, the definition of technical water. The idea was that in Denmark we use clean drinking water to clean stuff industrially, which is absolutely insane. And by the definition of technical water, then you can have some water that is not used for drinking water, but it's used for sort of technical stuff in factories. You really shouldn't be running your cooling in your cooling process, in industrial cooling process, on the cleanest drinking water in the world. That's just insanely stupid. And very, very expensive. So having the definition of technical water makes sense. And it was well researched, well presented, and all that stuff. But it was like, yeah, those kind of stories, they are truly public service. There is no one can sort of, the only one who can spin it is the waterworks who are now making technical water. But yeah, stories, right? So it would become very dystopian. I mean, I think that if you look at it from a purely capitalist, then I don't think that a lot of people would. I mean, I don't. Maybe there will be, but an unfettered capitalism, an uncapped capitalist system is not self-regulating. It is not. But there definitely needs to be guardrails, and who are managing those guardrails? Some kind of government. And the more unregulated it is, the more power concentrates on fewer hands. And that's not healthy, in my humble opinion. So. Commercial news can also be very more biased and untruthful just because it makes them more money. Yeah, that's true. And this is also one of the things that also been an argument, because now there is like an emphasis on views, also on the public stations, and therefore they start doing clickbait and breaking news. Like zebra ran away from zoo. That's not breaking news, is it? Like breaking news is literally you stop the show of whatever is on and you break it to go to news. 9/11. That's breaking news. You stop the show of anything, but a fucking zebra that ran away from zoo is not breaking news. It's not. So yeah. But yes, commercialized news, then bad news. If you are the zebra, it's breaking news. Yes. If you're watching zebra news, then maybe it is, but I'm not. And I was just like, this something that was definitely not breaking news. But yeah, some will, and especially the stuff that's breaking news, and it's like, this like breaking news. This planned maintenance on the highway, like. That's literally not breaking news. It was planned maintenance. How can that be breaking news? Everyone knew it was coming. So, yeah. Breaking news. A man has fallen into Lagos City River. Yes. Now we talk to a priest from a nearby precinct, from a nearby precept, I guess. And he will talk about the implications of this. He has not been near the guy who fell in the Lego River, but he definitely has an opinion about people falling into Lego rivers. Cutting to him now. It is a tragedy. Yeah, the planned opening of major construction work is delayed. Also, not breaking news. Also, very much everyone saw that coming. Since when has a public infrastructure project ever been delivered on time, on budget? It would be like breaking news. The new intercity highway opens on time and on budget. Like that's breaking news. News about breaking. Yeah, breaking news. A zebra broke out of the zoo. Technically breaking news. True. Yeah, yeah. So I have a mixed feeling about it. I do think that it has its merit having this kind of public radio and public TV stations, but I also think that it's a monster. That I mean, I need to know how many people are employed in the Danish public radio. That's not very much. 2,400 people. That's not much. That's pretty cheap. They can keep going. They can keep going. Yeah. Trains arrive on time. Woo. Breaking news. Yeah. People, and now we cut to a priest who missed his train because it was on time. It's a tragedy. There we go. And we've come full circle. Let's jump into the game if you don't mind. There we go. Play. And we are doing this one. Oh, we're only 23%. Public waterworks. It's not public waterworks. It's Danish public radio. Public radio is allowed to continue for another year. It's only 2,400 people. That's actually surprisingly little. I mean, it's still a lot of people, but you know, they do produce a lot of content. They don't. I didn't say produce a lot of value. Notice that I did say that they produce a lot of content. I'm doing giveaway today, or I'm gonna give away today at after the 10 o'clock break. If any of you remind me, because I've given the key to Epic, and we will conduct it if we don't forget. But last time we forgot. No one reminded me, and then oops. Me last week was running late because I was too busy playing a tournament. I missed the train because of the first time in weeks it was on time. Of course it's on time. Ahmad got the wrong public agency wrong for Nilaus breaking news. Yes, absolutely. And it all started with a guy tuning his air guitar on public news. I was like, really? Is that it? So, let's try to figure out what we're doing. We're working on this one. This one should also be in progress, I think. And then we'll just jumbo and then work our way to color mixing. Once we get color mixing, we're not going to go into color mixing. We are going to be working on the tasks down the line here because they are a lot more important. Yeah. Did you make all shapes yet? Nope. And we have this beautiful train design that is completely empty. This one is working on something, but it should actually be deleted, right? Nope, it should not be deleted. It's working on this one. So we have one task that's ongoing. It's not the final one, and then we might as well go on with the next one. We don't have a lot of platform points, to say the least, but we will get 60 more here, and once these ones complete, then we'll get a little bit more. Actually, I think it's going to be really tough to build something more, because if I start building something here, I'm going to use my 68 points very, very quickly. Unless there was something we could delete that we didn't need anymore. What is this one? Oops. This is that shape, so that's kind of important. That shape here, that shape here, that's a permanent shape. Right? No, that's not. What is this? What is this shape? Hey, this is not Fez. Thank you for the 49 months. What is this? not the final form of that. Is it a completed one? I don't get it. Let's check what's actually coming out. Oh, it is that one. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. And the last one is the blueprint shape. Yes. Okay. And then we're working somewhere. I think it's down here. No. Down here. This area is where we're working on these two. But I need to figure out why it's not working. Okay, so this one's coming in. And let me just check if it's correct here. Come on, give me... Yes, it is correct. So it just takes forever to get in here. There's like a million of trains. There's one there. That's another one there. And that's another one. There. We still had... Okay, so the first one of these is still very far away. Do train-based build tasks less platform points? I have... If so, have you updated the builds for blueprint points? Train builds... Yeah, building rails don't cost any points. I can see here. No points. No platform points. So that's the reason why no matter how long the rails are, it doesn't cost anything. The only thing that costs is this part, like the rail stations. But that's pretty pricey. Oh, we got 2 points. That one. Unlock. So we can get started on this. Where was the other one? There was 2 blibbling. Oh, is this one that also blibblinged? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's get started on this build. That makes more sense. That's this one. So let's look at how this works. We'll get you out here. Okay, so let's take a look at what we have versus what we want. Okay, blue, white, or not blue, white, blue uncolored, and then half colored. Okay, so there's going to be some changes to this for the final one. So these were uncolored before. Oh, but they were blue and now they turned red, and these were uncolored. The top levels are the same, right? Green over red, and then red tentacles on the jellyfish. Right? Yes, so the top 2.5 layers the same. These two turn blue, and then this turns red. Blue, yes, okay. So for level 1, 2, 3, I know I should code 0, but I have such a hard time doing that. You apply labels to the pins. You can also make it... yes, but I don't want the labels. I like them actually just looking at here. But labels, because then they will also show on the map here, the labels, and that's kind of annoying. So... Okay, so this is level 1, 2. Those are the ground levels, right? Let's see. We'll just check. Okay, so this level is blue, and that actually has to change until it turns change to red. All right. Good. That changes to red. That's the ground level. Then the second level here will also need to be painted. Oof, we're missing it here. And this... clean it out. Okay, so let's... But they are not correct. Why are they... Okay, and then they're turned afterwards. Ugh, that's confusing. So this was the one that was painted before. The one that was painted before was painted blue before, and then needs to be painted red. Just got a little bit of color in here, not much. Okay, so the colors up here, they are full. It really is just a matter of getting more deliveries in. Because the time it takes to go in here and go back again is actually what's killing the progress. Because they will fill up and then they'll go out. And then, for example, the one I'm looking at now is going to be here. This is the teal color, and then it goes back. So the teal color is filling up. There we go. But it just empties so quickly that, yeah, the trains need higher capacity. And, yeah, so train capacity would help for this kind of thing, and also more trains, but mainly train capacity. Next milestone, we might get it. Yeah, it is only 2 points, so that's why it only gets like 2 blips in. That's why this one's empty. It's simply the time it takes to go here, and then we'll look at the teal one. So that's that one, and then there we go. Here comes the teal again. It's loading quite fine. It's not getting the red ones, then it gets the red ones, and then it just leaves. So it is busy. It's just not able to satisfy the needs here. But we don't have the point to really scale things up to double size. So we'll have to accept the way it is. They're going here, they're going here, and they are now going that way. Does this correspond to the second layer? It does. Red up and blue down. Yes. And then the next layer is also incorrect because this one has to be, let's see, level 3. Yes, it has to blue for the, okay, so it's only this one that has to turn blue. I hate deleting all of this because it's so precious, but I need the blue one to go underneath and go up here. Ah, whatever. Oops. Oh, that's not correct. Yeah. So the red goes in here, and that was where it always was. It was always red on this one, and that's still the tail of the... So with this one done, we can delete everything moving forward from this location. And then it was kind of silly to take you out. So this is not getting anywhere until I actually get a train in here. And that's going to be the green train. And wherever the green train is. That's a red one. There's a green train. I wonder if these ones, would that be better if... Would it be better if these were merged together? Because right now... Do trains have levels 2? Yes, they do. You can see here. 2 levels of trains. Colors on below ground and yeah, shapes on top, colors on the bottom. It's nice. Yeah, and you get a 3rd level as well later on, but much later. Let's see, this is the level that we just built, and they are just getting that, just emptying that train in here. Yeah. Well, can't do any upgrades, but this is definitely something we want to upgrade. Oh, this one's actually completing pretty quickly now, finally. Nothing is... Oh, is it flowing out? I think that's correct. And then it goes in here. Looks right. And then that should be done. Hey, Sabriga, thank you for the 69.
illustrious champion.
Much appreciated that. So you should flex your founder's badge. You are one of the few founders left. Don't breathe and drink at the same time. Not good. And if we go here, there we go. We got another train coming in. This one has 2 + 2, so it's probably 4 coming in. Yeah, 4 blocks. 4 blocks, that's 720, so it's not much. Time to remove some inactive founders? I don't know. I kind of feel it's cheating somehow. I had a minor suggestion for the shape paint setup. Feel free to disregard if you don't like it. As the stations closest to the mining nodes will always fill up faster. Is it worth connecting the red line to the following lines and do so that the one's full? But okay. Stations closest to the mining nodes are always fill up faster. Do you mean for this station here? Because yes, they will. These stops will fill up and empty first, because it is sequential. Slightly after you started, at least I don't see the badge. Oh, really? You have been a founder. I'm sure you've been a founder. Paranoid Snow, thank you for 43 minutes. Nice. I don't know if what you meant was...
Welcome home.
Yeah, okay, so it can't do... It can't do 4-way intersections. And since this is 4, it could actually just be all 4 grabs into one. Actually, let me try something. Oh crap, I deleted this. This should actually be better. Because it can support... No, this... No, then I'm constraining it now. Because each of those could be much quicker. That's also, by the way, pricey. 17. Well, pricey, but whatever. It's... Save goal has been completed. Nice. So this one means that whatever we get can flow into all of it. Yes, that's good. But it also means that the throughput is no longer going to be maximum throughput here. So for example, this one will probably fill up, and then as we see here, it'll just keep staying on the belt. Anyway, to use this fast swap thing, just curious how it works. It's not an option. I have 8 points, and this is very far down on my list of things I want to do. Those 25 points, so yeah. So this is now an issue that they cannot empty. Yeah, I mean, whatever. We don't have as much. Look at how quickly they push it out here. And sure, it'll stutter a little bit as they sort out, but I think this is actually a better way to do it, at least at this tech level. That kind of sucked. Oh, because it's still not the same. Oh, that's the wrong place. Oops. Yeah, then it sucks, this one. It should be down here instead. Might look much nicer. What? There you go. Yeah, so this is a better build for our tech level. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Good. And this one is progressing. Now it's time for us to go to this one. Let's kill the outbound first. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. Let's have a look at this one compared to what we have. So it looks like it's not at all the same shapes. It's so annoying, this part. When they start switching this, that's not easy. That's not trivial. So we need like to design a corner swap thing. Because that's going to happen more times than that. Taking 2 squares in and just swap 1 corner. Damn, that can't be done in a small build. Yeah. Okay, so let's figure out what we have. None of the shapes are the same. God damn it. Oh, the top shape is the same, right? That has 1 green and then that. So the top shape is the same. But the second from the top, green, green, and then a wedge. That's not this one. It's not even close to this one at all. Green, green. Okay, so it needs a red wedge instead. So this one has to be replaced with a red wedge, which is probably coming from this level. So top level is the same. Here we need a red wedge instead of that one. Then on the second level, blue spike, and there's a blue spike and what? Oh, right. Okay, so what happens is that this red one comes from here. This blue one comes from here. And this red one comes from here. So just, okay. Well, the good news is we need to do a corner swapper design. Let's do that. Because that's definitely needed. Then we need a shape that we can clearly see if they swap the corner. Actually, any 2 shapes should be fine to check if they swap corners. Actually, let's just get something really simple. A round and a circle, right? Something like that would be very simple. Good. Is this one going? Nowhere? Okay, so let's go around in a circle here and okay. Okay, how are we going to do this? That's not it. I feel that I might be just having to test this. I don't think it can be done this easy. Because no matter what... Or what if I... There we go. But the question is, I don't know if they retain the same location. I'm worried that the other 3 might have rotated a bit. That's the problem, because it's the only thing that happened that I got a round one there and a there. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. So I do need some more advanced shapes to test this with. Something that is unique in every corner, so I can see that whether it's the same shape or not. Okay, so how do we get a unique shape in every corner? Like, they're really, really, really rare. Like, exceedingly rare. Either different shape, but I ran into asymmetrical processing problems, so I couldn't do 100% output. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, this is a nightmare, because I actually need to look for 2 different shapes that are unique in all dimensions. Maybe I just take the stuff that I already have, because they are kind of unique. Like this one is not unique. Damn it. The one that comes in on top is not unique. Like, none of these are actually particularly unique in any way. Maybe I need to design it myself here. Like, this one is chugging along, and we have this part for just creating. So let me just create some shapes here that are truly unique. There's one in 4A. Oh, really? A4. 4A. I'm blind. That one? No. Use a filter. Yeah, but I was thinking, like, if I use the filter to use the shape, then yeah, okay, that's actually a good idea to use the filter, because I can then oops, doesn't exist. I think these are deliberately not there. They don't want to have it. So it has to be like in a different color as well. So I'm gonna make it. I can do that. Not on this one, but on this one. If we're gonna be doing some testing, then let's get the tools ready for the testing. So what I basically want to do is I want to get a cutter. And then a rotator. And then a cutter again. And then I now have little clips. And then I need to rotate them. One is not going to be rotated. One is not going to be rotated, but the other ones are going to be rotated. There, there, and there. And then they're all going to be painted except for one. Which means I go. Because I can't do it here then. Those are going to be the ones. And then they're going to merge together. Oh, hold on. Shouldn't they just be They could be colored the same color. That's much better to actually color them the same color, because then I can do the same thing. Yeah, it's much better to have them the same color. Good. So now I have a shape, and then I color this one, and then I do the same thing again for the other color. And just have it in 2 different colors, right? $62,000 blueprint points. Are we? Then have that being blue. Good. So now I have these 2 lines 4 points. Woo! I'm gonna be upping this one. Yeah. Bothers me that it's so slow. Okay, let's have a look and see if this is correct. Okay, it's just working through the system. Is this for milestone? No, this is purely for doing a test case, or it's for design purposes. We want to do a design of what can I build something that swaps 2 corners. So in order for us to make sure that we do the design properly, I want to make sure that we're actually not sort of making any different weird things. So for example, what I did before was like this. And then if we compare this to what we get in and then what we get out, then I'm like, yeah. So there's definitely the 2 here are the same, but the spike has moved up and down. And the same thing on that side, because I rotated like this. Yeah, so already now we can see that this is not an option for things that are not sort of, well, if they are unique. So I would need to do it much more complicated. Where are you coming? Are you coming in? Ah, okay, it's coming. Because this, yes, it swaps a corner. It's not the same corner though. It's a really random weird corner that it swaps, which is not good. So this is a no-go. What could we do? If I did something like this, what would I get? Then I swapped 2 corners. It will always swap 2 corners unless I cut something, which means that I think I need something like this. That is actually genuinely only 1 corner that got split. And then if I want to do this one so that it returns a full and an empty shape, then I need to rotate this. Nope. Then I need to rotate this. No. Nope. Okay. Wouldn't rotating both sides the same direction fix that? No. I do have to. I don't know what you mean by that, but there is no way that I can do. I can't see a way that I can swap 1 corner without without splitting into halves and taking half of each out, because it'll always, if you have a full square of 4, it'll always swap 2, and you can't keep swapping 2 and then end up with 3 in place. It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work like that. I'll show you, because it's really difficult to grasp it when you're just eyeballing it. See, it swaps 2. It always swaps 2. If you have a full square, it doesn't matter where I rotate it, then it'll just swap 2 anyway. It'll always swap 2 when it's like that kind of thing. So I have to split them out so that it only swaps 2 shapes plus 2 shapes. Swap those. Yeah. So, but I like this, except that it's way too big. And each of these is 30, and this one's 150. So, whoa, 30 input of each. Oh, Does that mean you need 5 of these? Really? No. Okay, I know. I see now. I shouldn't have done that because I upgraded the belt speed and I shouldn't have before updating the other ones. No. So I have to assume that it's 120. So it's 4 of these for 1 belt. How the hell do we do that? And it's also 2 outposts. There is no way that we can put it into this one. Like, let's look at some of the other blueprints that are swapping. This one is probably the swap west corners. This is like an easy one. That's crazy how easy that is. Actually, this might be a good case because this is swapping east corners, but for 1 shape. So it takes 1 shape in and then swaps the east corners. The advantage of this is that if we just do. So you can see the stuff that comes in has the eastern corners. It has the square over the wedge, and it still has the square over the wedge. What? Oh, right. It's the east, so it's the west. So it's actually the west corners that are swapped. Why it's not? Anyway, so it swaps the west corners. That's what I meant. There. So it has, now it comes out as spike over or star over circle, and it comes in as circle over star. Layers is not an option. I have to make sure that I can get 4 lanes in plus 4 lanes in 1 layer. If I start using the second layer just to do the first layer, then where am I going to build the second and third layer? So all of this has to be built in single layer, and only then can we figure it out. The one advantage this one has is that it's 4 wide, so there might be something about could I jump over it? I mean, I know it can't be done, but I'm still slightly curious. It's also a nightmare to get stuff in here, because I'm gonna need to get... Oh yeah, it's an absolutely atrocious nightmare. Whew. Yeah, this is completely impossible, because I need to jump it in for every single thing. Wow. Yeah, this is... Okay, so let's also look at the stacker. The stacker is the only thing that has 2 things coming in. The 4 stacker is different from this. The 3 level stacker has to be individually designed. What's the minimum amount of space we can do on the outside? Like that one. Oops. And then this one. Nope. Fuck. Holy smokes, this is impossible. This is impossible in so many ways. Because we need to jump this in here. So for example, something can go through and this one can go in here, and then these jump over. One, 2, 3, and then it's also 2 wide, so that's not even working. For the update, I made such things with very complicated belt management. I couldn't figure out a way to swap corners without using the second layer, but I managed to still process all 3 layers one after another. Wow, impressive. So, this space here also kind of tells me that something could be optimized here. The fact that I can't jump over it. There's also the part about now we also have to jump this outbound, which is another headache. Oh, this is actually not even the case. Ha! Yeah, we forgot that. It's not actually like this. It's like this. That is the absurdity of this build. I can't even make a single one. I can't even make for a single belt on this space here. Wow, this is gonna be huge if I allow this. And this one jumps to here. That's not great, because that's kind of literally the opposite of what I want there. Maybe stagger them so the middle two fit into a chick corner. Okay. I think we're orders of magnitude away from making this happen. Just contextually. So I'm going to have to show you why. Because it doesn't matter whatever we come up with. Like, it's so far away from feasibility that it's completely irrelevant. Suggestions are very much irrelevant. So what you're seeing here is one of the 4 builds I have to do for each level. It doesn't matter. There's no way that it doesn't matter how much we rotate it. Like there's no amount of rotating that can make this build fit in 4 times in this square. It's just no. A 2x2 block, yes, sure, but a 2x2 block is something I really don't want to spend money on or spend points on. That's a 3x3. Rectangular foundations is a 2x2. Unlocks larger 2x3 and 3x4, 2x4. Yeah, but I would like to have a 2x2 here for this one. 2x2, I think it could be done. I don't like using a 2x2, but on the other hand, since it's 2 belts in, it really makes sense to have it in this space. Yeah. But I'm not going to be magically whipping up that. So what are we going to do instead? The shape and justice of all. We're going to have to figure out a solution to this, which is going to be a hack because I can't do the proper design because I don't have 35 points lying around to get the shape that I want. Yeah. And there's no point in continuing because even if we could come up with a design that took up 30% less space, it would still not be possible. I could manage 12 on a 1x3 all single blocks. Great. I don't think I want to do that. So, because I have no interest in a 1x3 block. Since it's going to get 2 things in, then I might as well get the 2x2 block. Because that kind of makes sense. The things that I want are coming in side by side, and then they come out side by side as well. Makes sense. So, be back in 2 minutes. Rotating it still doesn't make sense. Width is more than I can fit, so rotating it doesn't make any difference. There is no way for me to get this one to be done. It's also wasting a lot of points right now, so that's kind of a shame, or kind of annoying. I'll save this as unique shape. It's pretty important that we get R S R W R. Love this code. It's pretty cool. I don't want to save it among the useful ones, but that means that I can now take this out. I can save this as well. Just prototype swap corner. Because now I can delete it and move on with my life. There. We have a little bit of points. We need to get this one done. Okay, let's see. What is it we have? What is it we have here? We have I mean, I can split it up into that singular thing for each of them before merging it in here. Let's see, the lower one, it's the spike that has to go up. Means I need to take the blue spike out and get it into this level. Then I need to take this wedge. Okay. Fuck it, you're out. Now, at this point, I need to take... Yeah. This needs to be split diagonally. Yes. And then it's the blue spike up top. Come on. Where are you? That one. Which will then need to be split side by side split. There. That one. Cut. Flip. Cut. Flip. Okay, that did not make any difference. This one. This is the rogue one that we need to get out. Then maybe we just do the same build for oops. Unloading station here. Like bring red and blue in the same side. Can you not do it enough? The problem is that the shape is too big, so if I just rotate it sideways, then it wouldn't. This is not about. That design was not about finding 10%. It was about 4 times as big. So rotating in these kind of things kind of completely irrelevant because it wasn't about getting a 10% improvement. It was getting an order of magnitude improvement. So yeah. Let's see. Which one is it that swaps? It is... It's the wedge that is alone. Why is this one rotated incorrectly? That's so odd. Why do I... Okay, so it's rotated correctly when it comes in. But then this design is rotating things poorly. Damn it, that sucks. Okay, I guess I have to accept that. Which means that it's actually this corner. It's that one. This is the rogue one. And here it's... That one's the rogue one. Yeah. And then I guess I get these 2 shapes as well. The top shape I can just ignore for a little bit. Yeah. Station. Switch station. Copy. Flip. Here. And then that goes out. Does that work? Oh, this is now a wait state. This is waiting until it's full. I don't know if I need that, but I guess I have now decided that that's how we do it. Then I get in here, and I don't know what's coming in. Shape flinging mechanic of this game feels so casual. Yes. So basically what I want to do now, then I have, let's see, what is it actually? I need this part here. Needs to go over and merge together with this part. So I guess we could actually just start merging it back together like this. And then rotating it correctly. This is not rotated correctly. No. Need to rotate counterclockwise. See, I fixed these, so there's only 8 now. There. And then that has to be merged with this one. I think that's probably how we want to do it. That one. And then for the ground level, I need the one that comes out here. Okay, they are unloading. Let's see. For level 3, I have to take the red square out. No! This is not what I wanted. Oh, right. That's... Okay, never mind. Oops. Good. Delete that. Try again. Unfortunately, since I chose this stop, then it's a little bit slower. Because they have to fill up 3 blobs. One more blob. Something I find really interesting about this, like we make factories, but I'm thinking about what if Shapes 2 was not a, like it is a factory game, but let's say if this one was making iron ore to iron plates, that kind of thing, then each of these machines, they're not doing anything. They're manipulating the shape, but they're not actually transforming the shape. The closest we get it is the coloring, where it adds a color to it. But let's say, let's say that transforming Shapes 2 into a factory game, then you could say like one of these isn't really a matter of maybe that's not a good representative of being a smelter, for example, but more of a machine part. So you take a rotor and a stator, and you have an engine, and it goes out. So each of these would be like taking two inputs and then combining them. And you could not really do any more than two inputs, but then you could then have different processes, like the paints could be the paint could be fuel that you pump in for, or lubricants or something like that for shapes. But it's interesting that you don't have any configuration of the actual process. So in Factorio, you go, oh, this assembler is making assembly machines too, or inserters, fast inserters. Then the stuff that comes in will be made into that. But each of the machines in Shape 2 doesn't know what it's doing. It just does the operation, whatever input there is of this operation. Okay, so this is the red square we want to get out. Good. So this red square has to merge into that one. Yep. So this is the ground level done. And then I start merging this one back. And then I need to add the final form, which is this one. I think. And then we have all the forms we need, and then they just need to be collapsed on the right order. Okay. What are the likelihood that this is correct? That is level 2. This one is not correct. Fuck. Because this one is not rotated correctly. It should go to the top. It has to be rotated like that. And Sujin, thank you for the 12 months. All right, let's see if this. Yeah, no, that's not it. That's definitely not it. Yeah, that's not it. Because this one's also rotated. Oh, this is the wrong spike we got. It's the wrong spike. Oh, right. This one is incorrect. It was supposed to be this one here. Okay. So the... No? There's definitely a rotational problem here. No, it is. It is this one. It's just the blue one that has to be cut out. Yes. The blue one. So the blue one, and then that needs to go. Fuck knows where that's supposed to go. It's supposed to go in here. We've already addressed this. Have you considered doing a stream dedicated to Next Fest demos? No. I don't really do that kind of thing, and it's a little bit late. I kind of feel I missed the boat on that. So I have not considered it. I don't know if it would make sense. It's React content, and I just don't really do React content. It's is there an occasion for the gift shop? No, I don't know. Don't know. There's probably something, but yeah. So opinions. Should I do? Would you like to? What would be interesting about hearing me react to something? The videos that are the potential games. So I can, while trying to untangle this untangle this mess. I feel that React content is fake in almost all degrees. If you watch something live, I just think it's very, very low quality content, and it's not because okay, here's an example. Ooh, I'll take Dawn apart. So we see a tech demo or something, and I go like, ooh, that looks so cool. What can I add? But when the game comes out, it's gonna be a completely different experience. So what is it actually what am I adding here? Like, I can go like, ooh, that looks interesting. I'm like, it looks meh. But it's not like I have some deep, unique insight that, oh, this is going to be a great game, because I get it wrong all the time. And the stuff that I think is going to be great is awful, and the stuff that I think is going to be meh, it turns out really awesome. So I'm thinking, what games you like from that pool? Yeah. I just toyed around with a few of the demos and want to know other thoughts. Yes, and I can understand that, but then I would have to sort of play some of the demos from, then we would sort of be like, okay, we're going to be taking 4 demos today, playing one for 1 hour, play all 4 of them, each of them for 1 hour, and then we're just going to be reacting to how it is. That could be something. Thank you, Notonius. If there are demos, you could try playing them, but maybe that's too incomplete for you. I definitely that's a thing, and I do also like sort of sometimes playing a demo. I just have I know I'm being too harsh on these demos. I have a very tough time seeing the potential, or sometimes I really see the potential and then it turns to shit. Astro Colony. I tried the demo of Astro Colony and I was like, oh my god, what a buggy mess. But whatever, it's one guy, I can see what they're trying to do, there are some unique aspects. Alright, in a year's time when it hits Steam Early Access, it'll be fine. A year later, it was exactly the same shit, still the same buggy mess. I was like, okay, so what are we doing here? Like, they just added more buggy stuff on top. And I was like, what am I... Astrocon did have so much. It had so much potential, but it was just a buggy mess it was the classical case of scope creep. A single developer who had an idea and then like did the worst thing you can do as a single developer. Characters. 3D characters. Are you fucking joking? What the hell were you thinking about? Why were you like when they went into this spaceship and only their faces left and the rest of the person stayed there? Like, you're tumbling down so deep into this rabbit hole you'll never get out. And it was an awful playability. The playability was just utter shit. And like it had some quirky like catching asteroids and filtering and sorting them and all that stuff. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll give it a shot. It had also some major issues, like a wire was a 1x1 block. Like, come on. So those kind of things were icky, and and so it's like, oh, okay, I could see that the idea when we sort of caught an asteroid and sort of pulled it in and they linked together, it was a buggy mess again. But like, yeah, okay, that's a cool, interesting idea that you have your platform and you sort of go out and find an asteroid, you pull it in and you mine it and you sort of build your base based on sort of captured asteroids. Cool idea, love it. No, so that this kind of interaction just kind of, what am I also think that new colony, new wave, new cycle, I think new cycle was also another example of like we played it. I was like, it's a little cute little colony builder that has some interesting aspects. Okay, interesting. And then the next version I showcased was like, and we have AI NPCs. I'm like, fuck off, just seriously fuck off. What the hell are you thinking? And then I don't even care what happened to the game after that. Because no way I'm going to touch a steaming pile of shit like that when there's AI NPCs. We're like, oh, how are you doing today, sir? Like, no, we're not going to be going into a prompting game. No thanks. Yeah, so maybe that's good content for me, just raging about stuff like that. But there's also other times where, like, for example, when I played Shapez, the first Shapez, it was really rough in the beginning, and I couldn't stand the look of it because it was just like this flat white surface, and it was just, but it had good gameplay. But I played it a little bit, but I really couldn't get into it. But I liked the developer. I was like, it's just not my kind of thing. But it's very pure, and I love that, and it's very narrow scope, which I absolutely love. And what I also really loved about Shapez 1 was the fact that it was open sourced, as I understand it. So you could just download it, or you could buy it on Steam. So most people who wanted to play it could download it on Steam, but if you wanted to make mods and stuff like that, then you could just download and make mods for it, which was really cool. So that it's a way to outsource development for free, although you have the disadvantage that you don't know what gets developed, which I think is amazing. Sharpie, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Been silent follower for 10 plus years. 10 plus years. Then you've been looking through my windows before I started streaming, and I don't hope that's the case. Because I've not been doing this for 10 years, but okay. But round up to the nearest 10 plus years. Feels like 10 years. Wow. I have always used your blueprints in Factorio. Thank you for making my gameplay so much more fun. Thank you. Appreciate it. Even though it's not quite 10 years yet, but we'll get there. Actually, that's interesting. Man, you're tumbling me down on another. Maybe it's because this one is a little bit annoying. Then, okay, let me ask that in chat. When was my first YouTube video released? Because then we can know if it was truly 10 years ago. Because it might be like 8. No, I played Factorio for 8 years, so it's probably like 8.5 years, I guess. I had 8 years anniversary. Yeah. There was a game with a traveling data NPC that had ChatGPT backend. Yes. That was exactly that new cycle. Yeah. Okay, let's fix this because I kind of got sidetracked. It turned out that everything here turned half a quarter circle. 9 years ago, half done videos on YouTube. Oh, that's so cool. All right, let's think about it. I need to get from this one. I have to redo the whole thing because I'm not getting it. I have to take the wedge that is opposite of the square, right? The wedge that's opposite the square is the one we have to extract. So this one is the two wedges. This is the wedge and the square. The square continues, the wedge goes under. Okay, so the wedge goes up here, but it's rotated incorrectly. Let's make sure that gets sorted. Oh, and then I press O and I. Nice. And then we rotate. And then which way is it rotated? Okay, so it has to be one counterclockwise. There. So this is the one. But doesn't that also mean that everything else is also rotated incorrectly? Yes. Which means I rotate it back. Yes, this is correct. And that one goes in. Cool, cool, cool. Then from the next one, we have to take the the blue spike away from the red. So that is pure blue spike. And this one is the blue spike that's away from the red. That one, which will then rotate. Also one counterclockwise. And then I'll jam this in somewhere. Yeah. Correct. The next one, we'll start consolidating this one again. And then it will also rotate afterwards because yes, like that. And then that will get the the red square coming in, but the red square has to also rotate. Everything has to rotate. So this is just a rotational nightmare. Correct. Last one. This one is also not correct because it's... Oh. How is this correct? No, it's not correct. This is not correct. And then they rotate it over because it's coming in on this corner. Yes. So now they're all correctly shaped and sized and all that stuff. Whew. And then I get the last one in, which will be here, right? What kind of stop is this? This is a weight stop? Okay, cool. But they need to go way further. Unload. Nope. Unload. Unload. Okay, so now the issue, or the point is, we loaded from the bottom. Which one's the bottom level? That is the spikes. So you're the spikes. This one. You. And then which one is the second level? Okay, second level is that one. Okay, so. There. That's the two bottom levels. That goes on top of here. And then it goes... like that. What an absolute nightmare this design has become. And then it needs to go out. Is it 3 inbounds or only 2? It's only 2. Okay. Oh no, and the worst part is this is actually a persistent one. Let's see. It would be so lovely if we could actually see the things coming in here. This is coming in. This is... Okay. Yeah. Yep. Something is happening. Is it getting something? Yep. Do you know what you're getting? Yes. Okay. And... Come on! Give us a shape. Damn it. Okay. Haven't come soon enough. And this will now be a wait stop. And it was teal. There. Please show us some color, some shape here. Okay, it's because it's not even coming in yet. Got the first shape here. Please be correct. You don't know what's coming in yet? Actually, you do know what's coming in, so you should also know what's going out. But still, nope. This game, if we have liked it, or this game, I'm not really sort of... I try not to recommend games too much, but I'm having a lot of fun with this. It is not... It's extremely polished. This game has the best spelled mechanics of any game. Any factory game. This says a lot. Like, it is the easiest game to work in. Like, how smooth it is that you just the copy, the paste, the blueprinting, the building, all of that stuff, the undoing, everything is just the best. The best user experience of any factory game. Is this the right shape? Gotta put this into a notepad, otherwise I have no idea. So it is incredibly enjoyable to play it. Yeah, copy that one. And then just compare it. Yeah, it's the same. Good. It's looking at it. Yeah, these holograms that sometimes show up, most of the time show up, are amazing. They don't show up right now, which is curses. Yeah. This one's stacking up. Suspecting this might maybe get rid of the space belt for it to show up. No, that's it. It should work, and it doesn't. So it just sometimes it doesn't generate it, and I haven't been able to find a reason why, because you can see that it knows what is coming in here, so it should know what's going out. But doing this doesn't do anything. So whatever, we get the icons for the things we need, and we will eventually... Why are these not generating? What the hell's going on? Where are they? Does that mean that... That makes no sense. Why they are... What? Where are the other ones? Where are they? And if we go back to the teal here, the teal goes up here. So we should be... There shouldn't be any of these... Oh, there they are. You can do this. How did they leave? Oh, right, they left. There you go. And now they got reset. And then I also need a label down here. so we can find it. Hey, the first one is departing, and then we need 36,000. Okay, but okay, so I wasn't kind of Sharpie, I wasn't kind of done with it. So that's the good side about it. I think that Shapes 2 is an exceptional study in scope management for a development team. I am really positive about this game and all of it, like how well it's managed, and but I think that in general, it's the first game when it came out, Shapes 2, when it first came out in early access. It was a really fun game. I put 25 hours into it, completed it, and was like, man, that was fun. I wish there was more, which is absolutely the best experience you should have in an early access game. You should not be like, oh my god, this game is massive, but I get bogged down in incomplete features and buggy behavior, so I'm gonna stop playing it now. Like, then you prioritize incorrect. Like, for example, Microtopia is a little bit of the opposite. We looked at the tech tree, and they were just like, I'd unlocked like 25% of the tech tree, and I was like, I'm done. I'm spending more time fighting the UI than I am playing the game. So, you know, I'm kind of done. And that's a shame, because that's really not how things are supposed to be. Crazy how these are still not full, these belts, these pipes. So, and that means the development effort was incorrect, in my opinion, because they spent 100% on, well, how do I say this? The content in Shapes 2 was, maybe there was 25% as much content in Shapes 2 as it was in Microtopia, but it was 4 times as good. And yeah, 4 times as good in terms of UI, UX, consistency, and no buggy behavior. All that stuff meant that it was just a joy to play, and I wanted more, but there wasn't more. That means I'm gonna leave it with a good feeling, and I want to come back. This comes back to the psychology of memory, which is really something that game developers should know about. It's called the peak end theorem. I don't know if it's a theorem or principle, but that means memory is built by an event. Then you will remember only 2 things from an event: the peak intensity and the end. So if something ended poorly, it kind of affects the whole thing. This is why, for example, the book Reality Dysfunction, 1,800 pages of really good writing, the worst shitty ending of any book ever, and I fucking hate that book. Even though I enjoyed the first 1,750 pages, I really enjoyed it, but the ending just ruined it. And therefore the ending just ruins it. So you need to end high. The same when you give a presentation. You can't just be sort of mumbling out into the nothingness and then go like, I guess that's it, because then people will remember you being like a stumbling, mumbling idiot instead of. So end with it. And this is why, blah, 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 blah. And that's kind of, if I leave an early access game, coming back to that, if I leave an early access game with an experience of like, I can't keep fighting this fucking UI. And then someone comes back half a year later and says like, oh, they fixed the UI, they fixed all the stuff that you were complaining about. And I go like, I didn't really like that game. But if I leave a game being like, oh, this is awesome, I wish there was more, then I'm not likely to come back. The Game of Thrones theory. Yeah, Game of Thrones as well is a really good example. Yeah, Game of Thrones is excellent example, because fucking hell, season 1 was amazing, and season 2 was also really good, and season 3 was pretty good as well, and then it started going like steeply downhill. But season 8 was so much of a mess that I can't even remember that I wanted to watch season 1, and as soon as I heard the dum 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 dum, and I was like, fucking hell, season 8, I can't do this. I can't go down this path, because I know where it will lead. It will lead to damnation, and I can't go down that path. Forever will it dominate your destiny. I can't do that. Hey, first ones. So yeah, Game of Thrones is a really good example of it, because you remember the best parts of it, but you also remember the last parts of it, and they were not good. So, yeah. Which is also like when you have a show that runs over multiple series, if it ends on a high note, wow, instead of it sort of, yeah, fizzles out. Right, let's build a task. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's actually only get one of them up here. Right, I think I can build this one. Oh, yes. Whew, let's go super lightning fast. And that's a wedge. Here. No, I hate that I'm turning this the wrong way. That is the correct shape. So we go over here. And then get... That is the first shape. The second level is 3/4 of a square. That means we need that one. And then what's the circle is the other one. Yep. And then the circle will be something like cut. Rotate. Cut. Yep. So we get something. And here I'm going to cut that one. Yes. There. And these two. So this needs to be rotated 1 counterclockwise. Good. And now we just smash all of these together. And then we smash this on top of that one. And then... Funny how I put down there. Ta-da! That's how fast we built that shape. I hope. Let's see if it works. Now we validate it. That's the right shape. And this goes on top of... And it goes in. Damn, right? Wish Expanse ended on a better note. Yeah, Expanse was also like the last episode. The last season was kind of had a Game of Thrones vibes to it in terms of just being like, yeah, all the actors have become too expensive. We have to jam it all into 6 episodes. And then the whole episode about this dogs on Laconia was like, why? It's not even part of the 9-book trilogy, to something ology, but it's in an extra novel, and they jam it in, and it has no context, no bearing on the story. It makes no sense. That might be a bit complex of a shape. I mean, there's nothing about this shape. As long as it doesn't get... all of these that are enabled are something we can do. This one we can't do because it requires color mixing, so it doesn't enable until we get to the color mixing. But anything we can do that's open is open. Let's... Oh, by the way, let's unlock the next one. So, ground level is some wedges, a corner. Yeah, okay. So we're going to be doing that here. We need... And this one's facing north, so it's much easier. Alright, so we start by cutting, rotating, cutting. And we do the same thing here. Cutting, cutting, and rotating. Then we're going to take... The wedge is going to be a cutting up, cutting only the diagonal there. And then we're going to piece... We're not going to piece them together because I need a blue one. Oh, this is such a trap when you look at it. Like, it looks like it's on the same level, all the blue ones, but it's not. That means the square, this one, has to be painted. It's already in the right place, so that's nice. So let's paint the square like that. And you are going to be rotated. The circle has to be rotated 180 degrees. There. And you are either correct or incorrect. That's how it goes. Yeah. So now all of them are ready to set, right? Yes. And then we take stacking here and that one inbound, that one inbound, and blue. That should be it. It's ground level. The second level is wedges and a circle. So we do the, for the circle, cut, cut, and in between we rotate it. Then the next one is the wedge, which we go cut the diagonal here. And is that correct? Nope. That also needs to be rotated like that. So this is correct. And this one is also needs to be rotated one more clockwise. There. Yes. And then we merge it together. Together we shall devour the gods. I haven't said it today, so someone had to. There. And that's turning blue. There. Have you heard? Alcat is making an expanse game. Yes, I saw a little bit of cut of it, and it looks nice. That's the correct shape. And if we get the, like, isn't that just lovely how fast that got done? I think so, at least. The issue now is that it's getting done so fast that I don't have anything, because I want to do the third one, but that would require me to build another of these lines, which I can't really do right now because this infrastructure is too expensive. 334 plus all of that. But I can start building infrastructure in the meantime. Yeah. So I can only have 2 things going at any given time. So. But honestly, each train is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 180 is 1,000. So it's a little bit more than 1,000, which means I just need 3 trains in. And then actually this one should be a different kind of stop. Should be the wait stop. So it goes here and it doesn't go in until it's fully loaded. Because then we know that it's just 3 full trains, and then that should be good. Oh, it's not actually 3 full trains because it gets to go to 4,500. Oof. But anyway, it's something is coming in. And they're not crowded, overcrowded here. The yellow one is the one from our build, and then the other ones, yeah. The green is the blueprint because of course it is. And this one is coming in, and look at that. That's 1,000 going in, straight in on a train. Sweet. And it is continuing. Weird. Oh, this is still emptying a little bit. Okay. So I wonder if it'll empty entirely before the next one comes in. Yeah, it will. Boop. So what is this? This is like 2,500 or something. And then there's another 1,000 coming in. Yeah, it is unfortunately only on one side, but looks like it's working. It can't be working full because, yeah, well, almost. And it goes back and then gets, actually, maybe we need maybe more than one train here, because this train is not, oh, it's coming in now. Whoop. And then it gets another load, and that might actually get us there, right? I think it's a good time for us to take a break if we just check that the other one is working. And this one is a quick stop. Nope. It should be a, there, stop, stop. Then I would guess that we have something inbound. No? Oh, it's right here. Okay. So it's waiting. And then we can see how full it is. It's waiting for that block come in. Bloop. Sweet. Oh, yeah. And we do the giveaway after the break. So let's do the break and then do the giveaway. Sweet. Built to train ratios. I should be using built to train ratios. Yeah, I understand that. I think you can more look at it like space belts. Like one space belt to one station. That's should be correct. But then how many trains you want is depends on how fast they fill up. I just so love this system. I mean, I spent like 30 minutes talking and then I spent 5 minutes on designing the whole damn thing. So cool. Be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. And let's start with the giveaway. So we have a giveaway. Shapez from the developing team, Topsburg Gaming. I still can't cope with that name. Has given me some keys to give away. So we're going to give away 2 keys. I'll just explain the rules and then we'll do the giveaway. The rules are as follows. Anyone who can write in chat is eligible to join. It'll be working by there would be a keyword presented, and then you have 2 minutes to type in the keyword, and then we'll draw 2 random names among this. You must have your Twitch messaging enabled, because we'll use Twitch to write to you with a code, and not anywhere else. So that's how it works. I have whispers enabled, yes, and it will be Epic who will be taking care of the practical stuff of the giveaway. And anyone has equal chance of winning, so it doesn't matter if you're a sub or a moderator or whatever. Anyone has an even chance. Also, if you already own the game, feel free to not roll, because it's more fun to give this to someone who actually doesn't own the game. So I think those are the rules. So Epic, whenever you're ready, then you can post the keyword, and then we'll have 2 minutes to answer that or to respond to it. 2 points. Gryffindor, 2 points. That's this one. Okay, maybe. Okay, so this is the same on the bottom 2 levels, and then it just adds these 2 levels on top, which means that all this is going to be the same. And we also got an operator level. Sweet. The Vortex is hungry. All right. Good luck, everyone. Vortex is hungry. Yes. Copy paste it. So it is case sensitive for some reason. And so we're just confirming these. That is the second level. And this is the first level. And we'll just stop all of this, because you are not going to go. What? This is the wait stop. Okay. Go. There. Empty. And then we get the third level, which will be wedge, wedge, circle, circle in red. Circle, circle, wedge, wedge, and one of them has to be turned. That's the circle. Yeah, then we're gonna be, it's the whole damn thing is red, so just merge it together first. And then we color. Go back to our coloring book here. That one. And then the top level is just a circle. No coloring. Misplaced. Roll it once over. There. And then we get all of the mergers. And we get, you go in here. That's that one. And there. Ta-da! Night will decide. Congratulations, Jortak! You won the giveaway. And Super Run, thank you, also won the giveaway. Awesome. So make sure you can receive whispers because then you get the keys. Congratulations. I mean, come on. How long time did that take? Like 2 minutes to do this. Damn, we can do it so ridiculously quickly now. I love this design. And I really want to use my access points to start building the next one. And I kind of want to build it. I want to build it here because then I can have it sort of facing north, even though it's going to compete with the same one here. So we'll try to start it like this. Copy, and then we flip. Just inside this square is where we want it. Yeah, perfect. Good. Already burning through our points. Then we need this monstrosity. And it is exactly on that line, and it is, that one is exactly inside that line. So now I can't do that again. Okay, so now the next problem is we need to go out and get some new shapes, and we already tapped some of these shapes, but I can tap at least. This one I'd actually like to get rid of. So let's see if we can find a pure star shape. Up. There. Oh, that's much better. We'll take this one and feed it in here. Oh, I can't do that. I have 38 points left. I need more points. Come on, give me those points. Yeah, the problem is with using Discord is that how do we know who it is that writes? And this is all. It is my rule because I don't want to have my moderators spend an excessive amount of time about sending it through a Telegram link, through your WhatsApp link that is linked to your, like, fuck it. If you want to win a key, then have your whispers enabled. And it sucks if you don't have it, if you can't do it, if that's just too bad. Someone else will be, yeah, Signal, yes. For me, it doesn't matter who wins it, just someone gets it, and they'll be equally happy. So I don't have to spent too much time on, or I don't want to spend too much time on any one particular person winning it, because it ultimately doesn't really matter for me that someone gets it. And therefore, I don't want Epic to spend the entire evening combing around, figuring out who has what and what apps. So that's why I'm saying that's how it is. Oh shit, I forgot. I can just use the same. They don't use that much. Yeah. I can just do another build on this one, for example. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Yeah, probably fine. But I can't do it until we actually get something here. Shouldn't we get that now? Who did that? I didn't do that. No wonder it got stuck, and what an annoying place it got stuck at. Okay, whoops. There you go. First batch incoming. And this one is incoming as well. So we can then take a look at what the next stuff is going to be. OI. There you go. Careful not to delete the train. I have learned my lessons. Or have I? What? It's filling in junk. Yeah, it's filling in junk first. What is this? What is this icon? Oh, it's that one. That's kind of important. Yep, sorry. You're important. You're important too. See if there's anything like lurking. No? And... okay, so... oh, there we go. That one is coming in now. And the new one is also coming in. So there we go. That's the new stuff. And it'll come in 3 batches. And then comes in another one. Yeah. Too much. And onwards. What is the next thing? So the first 2 layers are not the same. It's almost the same. So we need an uncolored square here. And then we need a red square. Okay, that can definitely be done. Let's do that. Okay. So, first level is correct. Second level was, at this point, it's missing a square. So let's get a square in here. There we go. And then I need to rotate it, but it... Yeah, you know what? This... whatever. Why can I not place it here? Oh, because I took the blueprint from... okay. And then I also rotate this one. Wrong way. There. Top right hand corner. And that's then migrated in up here. Ah! That should be fine. That's the second level. And then the next level is let's just see if we can confirm it. It doesn't want to confirm what we got because okay, now it's coming in, so maybe no, maybe. All right, so the next one is what? It's still the same shape, but it's uncolored and a red color square. Okay, so this is the same. The whole thing is the same actually, isn't it? It's the same shape, so we can do this one as well. The only difference is that it's now this one, that this square that gets colored, but the other things do not. Red. I think. Oh, sorry. Is the MAM still working from the last version? Yes, it is, but you can't get it from a save game because save games are not possible to migrate. But you can get it from. Yeah, you can get it from blueprints. If you have the blueprints, then yes. And if you're a patron, then it works. Then you have the blueprints. And that is the one. So now we get just the next one, which is going to be this shape and this shape. And then merge them back together. And then color here. And that's colored red. Love it. That was super simple. And then we do the whole cascading merge, where this goes on top, this goes on top, this goes on top. Dragon Reborn! Congratulations! So, now, I guess someone else got it. That was the next milestone. Sweet. 3 points. Yay, 3 points is nice. And we get 65 more platforms. Whew. And we're up to 29. Let's figure out. I think we're going to go for this rectangular one, even though we don't need that, but it was kind of a fun thing to do. Transfer stations might be nice to have. Filler stations, tertiary color, we don't really need. Vortex inputs, we definitely want that. Yeah, we do want that. I think this is the one we want the most. Vortex inputs. Oh, no. It was the belts and cutting speed. Ah, right, because this one is faster than the other ones, which is not a great idea. So I need the other things. Yeah, it is this part. It sucks, but they're boring as hell, but we need to... That looks correct. I mean, it always looks correct. That still looks correct. And that is correct. So unfortunately, this one will go out until it actually starts coming in here. Okay. So we got it. And then that means we go over to the other design and then figure out what has changed. So what is it we have? Oh, this simple thing. Wow, that got more complicated. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, let's see what that changes to. Okay, so at the bottom level, we need a green thingy here on top. The next two levels, I think, are fine. Yeah, they don't change. Full uncolored, full red. Full uncolored, full red. And then that one is the same. And then a green on circle on top. So we need this shape here at the bottom. And then we need a circle at the top. Good. Okay, so the first shape here is definitely going to be very different. And then we're also going to get another shape here. So let's start with the green circle, because that's very manageable. Because then we can start sort of having it flow through the system. And yeah, so you go in here. This one gets removed. That gets removed. Good. So now all of this will then start building up, but be a correct one while I design the initial one. So that means I need a quarter of the spike and I need a quarter of the square. All right, that can be done. So that's cut, rotate, cut. And then rotate again. Yes. And then we do this exactly the same for the square or the rectangle, except for the rotation is going to be different. It's going to be the other way. So that's down there. Then these two merge together, get colored green. Get colored green. And then it merges together with the rest of the shape. And that's the full shape. Then we take that and migrate all the other shapes into it. Get it on a train. Get the train on the main line. And done. Wow. Okay, keys have been distributed to the winners. So, this took 20 minutes of time to do that. Thank you, Epic. Much appreciated. This one is also chugging along, up to 30,000, so that's something. All right, let's go to the other one and start confirming if this is actually working. Oh, I'm down to 27 platform points. Ah. This one. It looks like it's the right shape, and if I zoom enough in here, okay, so it's simply waiting for the first train to fill up. The first train will be 3 times 2, or yeah, 3 times 180 is 540 times 2, that's 1080. So each train will send in about 1000. Yeah. It's something. Poof. And left. So that'll be 1000 inbound. That means we need to deliver 6 trains. Okay. It's just nice to be able to see that it is working here. And these ones are just chugging along. And once we get this, then it'll actually start being added to the milestones as well. Even though it's an awful build, but still, it'll get there. Yeah, platform points. We are down here. We're wasting a lot of platform points because at this point I was thinking, we don't care. This is something we just, it's a temporary, but it isn't actually temporary. It's a permanent build. So might also, since we're really struggling with blueprint points, I can't make it go up. I use it faster than it's coming in. So this is starting to come. So when we get the next one, which will probably be something with a white color underneath or something, I would guess, because the next milestone is color mixing, then we might want to get that one to get twice as much. I don't know. There. And the train comes in. Oh, you're still not working. Why not? But they are coming in. They're coming in now. Slowly. Very slowly. Okay, this looks closer to a full belt. When will I be able to jump trains into the void? There. That's the final one. The last milestone, which is very much of a shame, I think, because it's super cool. I think it's too late, but I guess maybe sort of adding another milestone and stuff. Ah, this milestone looks nasty. Ah, oh. How is it we destroy something? How this isn't? The train jumping used to just be something you bought here, but now it's been moved to a milestone. How is it we built? Because you can't do a circle on top. You have to build something that gets destroyed. How was that? I think it's like you have to fill it with other crystals, and when you drop another crystal on it, that something breaks or something. I can't remember. But having spaces underneath crystals was difficult. And I can see the final milestone has spaces under crystals. Damn it. Alright, let's have a look at this one. This is the new one. It is working. And we have 1 pip and filling up the next one. Although, way too slow. What the hell's going on? This is, what the hell are you doing? I think. Yeah, that one. Okay. Okay. Do I now get the icon for what is coming out? No, not yet. But this one knows what's coming out. That's the ground level. Did we use paint? Use paint? Maybe we did the paint. But I can't remember how to get rid of the pins then. Okay, so that's coming in now. Still no indicator of what's coming out. But how is this one correct? Oh, it's not. This is not correct. Is it? It looks correct. Okay. Who knows? Either it gets reset with the stuff coming in, or it's correct. Also interesting why there's an indicator of what is here, but it is not sort of filling up. Come on, give us that green icon here. I love that. Weird. Hey, this is almost done. And this gives us this milestone. Oh, this milestone gives us 600 platform points, which is enough to get us a new platform going for making multiples. And then some blueprint points, which is not particularly useful. And 27 new tasks. Oof, that's a lot. Okay, so this is filling up. First boxes inbound, or packages. So close. So close. And that one's also moving. That's the second one. Yeah, we just need to let this one continue. I have 28 points, so obviously, as much as I'd like to expand this one, it's not going to happen. Each mining location takes 113 points, so just the mining locations is going to take the majority of whatever we have remaining of points. And then we also need some points for actually progressing here. Oh, it's coming. And milestone complete. Boing! Color mixing. Super fun. And then we have some milestones, some tasks here, which we're not going to get started on yet. Because, well, color mixer. That's where we need bigger spaces. And then we have fancy colors here, white and teal and magenta, like only weird colors. And then we get the pin pushers that are a little bit boring, I'd say. This is the least interesting shape. But now this is progressing as well towards the first milestone. Let's have a look how much. It needs 10,000 for the first one. Yeah. It's something. And, oh, I was about to say, shouldn't this one start accruing? It is. Right. Oh, we have 600 points. So let's start working on this one. We are now going to get all of it inbound. Let's see. The front one is going to be circle. So we use this. And there's a star here. Let's see, where's that? First, second, that's actually here. Okay, so so close. Yay, we got it. Yeah, that's the star shape. Whew. All right, then that needs to be amended. Let's go first with this one. All right, so let's see. Let's break this down. It's the same. It looks like there's only a blue. Is that really true that there's only a blue on the top level? But look at this. That's the bottom level. Blue and... Oh, it's changing the... What? Oh, it's changing the order. It's everything changing. Oh, okay. So this needs to... Okay. So the bottom one was mostly uncolored and a little bit blue. That's changing. The second one was blue and uncolored. Now that's... Okay, so every color is different. All right. If that's how you want to play, then that's how we want to play. Has to be built differently. So the way we're going to do it is we are going to do, yeah. So that gets the shape that we have to turn blue. And then, no. Yes, it is correct. This one turns blue. And then that merges now with that should be the ground level one where yep. Okay. And that now merges in on top with something else, but we don't know what that is. That's going to be second level, is currently uncolored and... But what is it here? Uncolored and red. Okay. So that means the only thing we change is this one. Fine. And then take all of this is out. Oh, this is coming in as blue. Oh, right, it is big. Hold on, that's not correct. Yeah, not correct. It is the corner thing that has to turn blue. Or turn red. Blue-red. I mean, not make it easier for myself here with not being able to tell the colors apart. Alright, then. This comes in without color, and then it merges in with red. That means the second level. Yes. Okay. Ooh, we got a milestone. Bling! 2 points. 4 points. Alright, then we still only have 4 levels? Yes, 4 levels. But 1, 2. We just fixed level 2, yes. And now level 3 is the one that is currently, I don't know what it is currently, but it needs to be red with a white spike. So that one. This is correct to merge together actually. But I want to merge it here. Then I can take you. No. Up. No. And then that gets colored red. Because this... Nope. I'm thinking this is how it's going to be. That one. So now this shape gets red. This is uncolored shape. Merges in on top. Correct. And the final shape is uncolored with a blue dash, which is definitely not this one. Uncolored, and then a blue dash of that one. This one. That gets colored. And then that gets merged in. And that was blue. Maybe? It's going to take a while for the blue to get in here. So insane challenge reduces the platform points you get, right? Did you have a problem with that at some point? I have a problem consistently. I don't have enough platform points to build what I want. I'm always constrained by platform limits. And I don't think that's going to change because as soon as I have more platform points, I'm just going to build bigger. Good. Let's confirm the layers if it wants to. Just passing by to tell you that the new factorio series on YouTube is great. Wait for the clever part. Didn't like that planet all that much. Neither do I. So that's also why I'm so... when I'm designing it to get there, I'm kind of not super enthusiastic about it. So I don't rush to get to Gleba because I think it's an awful planet and it's annoying to build there. But of course we're going to cover it. But it would also be, because it's annoying, it's also not very high priority. We're going to get there when we want stack inserters and productivity. Oh, we fucking need productivity modules 3. Damn it. We actually need to go there quite soon. Yep. I don't get why there's something already moving on this belt here. There really shouldn't be, because, yeah. And caramelizer, thank you for the 3 months. Comes in here, and what do we get? That is level 2nd from the top, we think. Yep. Good. Moving over. Just verifying it so that we can kind of leave it alone. I think it's correct, and this one's correct as well. I'll do that. Another operator level. Whoop. Hey, we're raking in those points. Okay, so this is done, and then we need to go over to the other one. I just want to say I super appreciate you spreading out the content. Thank you. Love your Factorio series, but I also love you tackling other factory style games. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. And that one now gets up to speed. And then finally the paint has to get up to speed. That's another 12 points, which is not that bad. Yeah, I appreciate it because it's also what I like. I don't want to be just a one-trick pony. I was fearing that the first 4 years of playing, of being a content creator was basically like, oh shit, I'm just a one-trick pony. When I stop playing Factorio, everyone leaves. And that's not the case anymore. The Factorio Musculaggio, thank you for the tier 2 for 50 months. That is so generous of you. And also all the work you do as a moderator. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm happy that my niche has went from Factorio to being factory, which is good. And Silver Seasonal with the 200 bits. So that for me is like, that's a big thing. And I don't think I'll ever be like, oh, he's just a variety streamer. I still think it's also more valuable to be a variety streamer but having a strong genre. I'll still play some Elden Ring. I'll still play some Assassin's Creed. And but there will never be the most popular games. Also some Darkest Dungeon, for example. So there's a lot of other content I also do, but that's not gonna be. It's also clear when I do. Yeah, hello. Okay, sorry. Was I talking? Oh, okay, you're talking now. I'm not talking to my dick. I'm talking to my cat. Just kind of for context. There we go. Just gently putting a razor-sharp claw on my throat just to assert dominance. So if I can't work, so we can do hype train or something if you want. It's always a dick again. Yeah. Don't we all? Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute when he's not outside my door at 7 o'clock. And then as soon as I open the door, he runs away because he knows that he's not supposed to wake me up. And then a little bit later. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for the 200 bits. Yay, is there a tiny train coming? Look, there's a train coming. Just a little train coming, maybe. Orange cat behavior. Yeah, cats are the best and the worst. They're like kids. Super annoying, but you still love them. Any one little sub, resub, prime sub. Yeah. Otherwise, you're not doing your job, cat. You're supposed to be a hype cat. Yeah. Nope. No hype cat. No. All right. Off you go, little hype cat. You didn't work. Back to gaming. Okay, so now we need to figure out what this one's supposed to do. Yeah, cat goes hungry today. Yeah, sorry. No, only buying cat food for hype train money. That's how it is. Okay, so let's see if this shape here. What? Is this like a completely different shape now? Yes, it kind of is. Oh, okay. So it went from a spike on the ground floor to be a square. Okay. And... okay, so... what? But now it's completely red on the ground floor. Okay, well, I guess we just make that shape then. Yeah, this is going to be a major rebuild. So, we need... you know what? It's blueprint points. Don't care about the blueprint points. So let's see. What is it we want? We want wedges. Come on, that way. That one. That takes half that. And here, here. Oh, that's the star. We don't need the star anymore. We need this circle and this rectangle. And then we need rotators here. And then we check if they're rotated correctly. Oops, wrong level. Correct. Not correct, and this is correct. Okay, so we need... yeah. And that just needs to... all of it just collide. And then color red. And that should be that one there. So, second level. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I should actually do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are there 5 levels here? 1, 2, 3, 4. What? That's never happened before, has it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 levels, and then it goes to the next one where there's only 4 levels. That's odd. Okay. Well, goodbye with you. And then the top level here is just stuff. Let me also just build that. So that is 2 circle. And then 1 that. The wedge is in the correct position. This needs to be rotated 180. And this is in the correct position. Good. So they just consolidate. Like that. Yeah. And then it becomes turns green. So that's the top level. Okay, anyway, dinner's eaten, so I'll wish you all good night. Thank you. And thank you for joining. Second level from the top is a fully red level, which is wedge, wedge, wedge. Oh, 3 wedges and 1 square. Okay, I'm just going to redo the whole thing. Maybe with the exception of that. Right, so the first thing we need to do is take the wedge shape, and then this one will be now a split by diagonal. Go up in level. Split by diagonal. This is correct. And then one of these will have to go. So that's again, just delete something here. And this is, look at the second level. It's actually correct. Yep. And then I need same level as that one for this rectangle, like that. And then they just need to merge together. Let's see if that works. It's the correct shape, and then we just need to turn it red. There's not a lot of recycling for this build here. And then that needs to get the previous level in. Oh, let's go out. And then the next one, that's the second from the bottom, is 3. That's actually the shape we have. I think it just needs to be rotated. Yes, so this is the same shape, it just needs to be rotated. That's at least simple. Like that. And that should be it. And then we can go star and then rectangle. Rectangle is ungodly far away. Wow. Oops. I need an extra one here. There's no way this is enough at this distance. Crazy. And that's going to be up here. And then the last one is the wedge. So let's do that. That one. Ta-da. So now we have all the shapes inbound and we used a lot of points. Then the next one is getting getting all of copy and then flip. Yeah, this one couldn't have gone in, shouldn't have gone in there. So no one on this one. So this is the first one is going to be red, which I can build from here. Barely. Oh, we're down to last bits here. Undo. Oh, that was close. That. So that's the red color in, and then red, blue, green. No, red, blue, green. So blue has to come up here. Another operator level. Nice. Blue. It's over here. I can do that. Right? But these ones just make no sense to not have turn blue. Then I just go crazy if I start not being consistent about that color. So blue one comes in, and then the green is down here. Ah, I can't afford. Go. Whew, so close. Someone was telling cats wake us up at night for going to hunting, like hunter cats should, and that they don't know you're not a cat. I've also heard something like when you feel like cats are not listening the same way as dogs, then it's not because cats understand you. They understand you perfectly well. They know the name, they know food, they know come here, they know all that stuff. They just don't give a shit. And I think that's true. I think that's very much in tune with my cat. Like, it doesn't care. Like, nah. Live Factorio Masterclass video so far? So far. Any idea when the next one will be released? It's once a week, usually on Thursdays. I don't know if I have enough time tomorrow because I need to take the car for repairs. But if it's not tomorrow, then I'll get a Shapez 2 video out tomorrow, and then it will be on Saturday. So this week, every week. I love that. I love that you say so far. I like it. So far. Don't. I'm not. I'm still reserve judgment, but so far that's all right. Why is this one not getting? There must be a problem, because now we're getting the other one, but the first one is not working. Why are you not working? Ugh. Okay, so this is not coming in. This is your job. Oh, really? You're supposed to catch those kind of silly mistakes. And welcome to first time chatter. Oh, man. Oh, there's also 15,000 now for a milestone, so we really have to get multiple milestones working at the same time. Yeah. Getting this one up and running would be sweet. Hello, Summergod. Good evening. Primitive Parasite. It's funny with those names. Yeah, so we need the green, and there is no way for me to get this one in without actually having 113 points. But when we have 113 points, then we have all of this working, and it's been building up reserves. That means any excess points we can actually use to build new milestones. Color train is not working. What do you mean? Color train is not working. The one we just built, or what? Or here? Oh, right, this one? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so that's a good point. Can't turn that sharp corners. I have to. It's very steep. That incline would not be allowed in many places. Right. I wish there was somewhere we could just scrounge up some points so we can at least get it going. But alas, there is no way. You have to wait until one of these comes through. Or one of these. None of them are close, are they? This one's like 2 3/4. Train or roller coaster? That's true. I think it is very roller coaster inspired. And roller coaster. It does say roller coaster. Ooh, it only costs 5. Unlock the purely cosmetic rail loop and rail twister. Exclusive to this. Okay, so 5 points. But I want this one. Oh no, I didn't want. That was not what I wanted. I wanted that, because then they're all synchronized, and it's not working if the paint speed is lacking. So we need paint speed. 5 more points. Okay, this is working, but that's 15,000. I don't have anything that's coming in soon. What about this one? Okay, so that it is coming in. I guess the train, since it's not here, it must be full of juicy Yeah, juicy materials. So that's 1,000 coming in, at least. And it's still going to be going back and forth, and then it'll have another 1,000 ready by the time I get. This is looking good now. Do your designs have any balancing with the overflow splitter? Nope. I don't use overflow splitter, and I don't use balancing because I don't need it. I design it so that I don't need it. Yeah, so the only unbalance I have is, and I could arise, is let's say I do something where I split the diagonals, and then one of the diagonals I have to cut it or paint it, and no, redo, cut it, okay, no, redo, then I redo it several times, and then means the other half has just jammed. And in that case, when I start it up, it's just lagging because one side is full and the other side has been deleted so many times that it's now running empty, and then it can kind of stutter. Other than that, I don't have a need for balancing because I don't tie my builds together in that way. That's the first go here, and I already, where is it? Is that the yellow train? That must be the yellow train. Yes. And that will just come in and easily pick up 3. Swish. And off we go. Okay, so this will be the first one that we get, the first points we get. This is storing 55,000. That's not really an indicator for me, but here we can say, okay, oh, it is 55,000 out of 78,000. Okay, that's a long way off. But anyway, hey, this is a perfect time to take my break, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. And then at that point, we'll have a little bit more platform points so we can complete this. And then these are chugging along. So once we get that, how much do we actually get for these milestones? 72, that's nice. And 10, ooh, 10 points, that's nice. All right, anyway, be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Wow, you just followed me and started complaining. All right, well, you're not gonna get anything anyway. Good evening, Spammy Emmy. Just got a text from my girlfriend. She had a birthday on Sunday, and we went out on to center event and good time. And then we sort of just had a bit of time. I had the kids on this Sunday, so we sort of agreed, oh, let's go out on a date on Tuesday evening and then sleep together and then wake up and have a slow morning. So I was like, do you want to do anything on your birthday? But she had to work at 3 o'clock, so it was like, okay, we'll have a nice slow morning. And then we're like, okay, we go out on a date on Tuesday evening, rope date, of course. And so I wanted to do something like something loving and sort of, but she wasn't like, didn't want to go out, so So this morning, woke up and I was like, you know what? It was at her place. I'm going to make you breakfast. She was like, ooh. And I went down and I packed in the back of my car, just packed a freezer box with everything needed to make pancakes. So I went out from the box and it was like taking out all the stuff. And then I made pancakes with my own special pancake pan, because you can only make it with a dedicated pancake pan. You can't make it with any other thing. So, and she was moved. She thought it was such a nice thing that I'd sort of prepared all of that in advance. I thought it was nice. So, a little bit of a romantic morning to wake up. Also why I haven't prepared the video for tomorrow yet. I hope that's a valid excuse, being romantic. Sometimes it's those small things that really can make a difference. Come on. 5,200. Almost there. Just need to get to 5,600. This one is a weight stop. Huh. Hello? Pancakes over videos. Indeed. In terms of earning favors. There we go. We'll just wait for this one to come home and then build this one. What if you're going to put out a blueprint guide for license your program, like when you tend to use each, or which ones replace which and when? No, I'm not. That's not. It's kind of not. How did that become that? That makes no sense. And then it just completely changes shape here again. Okay. Even if, given I get a pancake, yes. You need a fan to do it for you. No, but the thing is, like, I don't think that it makes sense for me to release a video and all the video says is like, now you should use this blueprint, now you should use this blueprint. Like, what is that video? What's the content of it? So I'd much rather be like, if you want to make red cubes, here's a good design. Then it's your choice to figure out when you want to make red cubes. And then when you want to make your red cubes, you can use that design or not. But like, I can't really tell you when it is, because that depends on how. And sure, in the beginning there might be something, but then again, I also play on very high difficulty and maybe you don't. So there's certain priorities I have that's different. You have like 3 different red cubes design. Of course, that's because I've done 3 different playthroughs and it's evolved. And I mean, I could then delete the old videos, but I generally don't do that. It's the same with Factorio. If you also look at blue science, I probably have 17 different videos about blue science in Factorio. And usually the most recent one is the most current and therefore most up to date. Have you tried bread baking? Yes, I bake bread yes, I don't know why. I mean, I'm not a connoisseur. I'm not a sourdough connoisseur. Like I talk about sourdough at parties. I'm not that into baking, but I generally bake stuff when we need it for food. So yeah. Megabase in the book was essentially this. Now I use this blueprint. It's still my favorite series. Nice, but it's also a great series because it is sort of the culmination of everything I did before. Like, you do a let's play and a let's play, and then you sort of refine it into a masterclass, and then you have a series that was like, now we have all the masterclass. Let's try applying them. Bum, 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 bum. So And sure that will happen for Space Age as well, but not just yet. Like my last episode or last playthrough of Dyson Sphere was kind of the same. So yeah, we got some points. Any chance the Discord can get voice chat channels? I'd appreciate getting more direct help from other people in the server by screen sharing. I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think so is because I don't have a need for it, and therefore I can't really cope with what the hell's going on. What is it going to be used for? What is the and then it's also complete nightmare to moderate if you want to moderate it, and then suddenly I don't know. I just don't really I don't know. I didn't have an opinion until you asked, and now the only opinion I have is like, is it gonna make me happier? But I think that it's one of those things where if there's some moderators who say like, yeah, that would actually be nice to have, then sure, we'll do it. But it would need to be driven by something else than just a comment like that. Ow, crap. Oh, undo. Jump. You know one chance so you will not what? Yeah, based on the book for Dyson Sphere, I don't think that makes as much sense as it does for Factorio. But I think that my next series will also be very heavily leaning on existing blueprints because, you know, why? Of course. No? Good. So the green one's coming in. And we got that one. Boo! But let's figure out what the hell this little thing is. Look at those points. And we get the painting speed. So now everything is now sped up a little bit more. Third floor. That's actually starting to look really enticing because all of these designs wouldn't be more complicated by having a third design. Of course, I'd need like a hell of a lot extra for everything, but yeah, okay, so. Okay, so now I have 132. Let's go back to... Now, both of those completed because I was doing other stuff. This one is just a mystery. Red, uncolored... Like, what is the trick? The trick is that they want me to destroy what I have, and then I need to rebuild it again to something which was almost the same as I had before. And then I'll be like, no! Is that it? Is that the trick? Because this and this are pretty close, but what the hell is that one? Maybe I use my third one to build this random square because it's very light on points actually. Yeah, let's do that. Let's use the new one. This one. Ta-da! Cool. So what do we want? We want a square. That's this one. And then we need a coloring block. Like that. Red. That's not a square. Oh, shit. Oh, that's a little bit of a nightmare. Now it is correct that the one that is the furthest to the front is a circle. That's the furthest to the front, but that means, yeah. Okay, yeah, I just have to get used to this because it's opposite over here, I think. And the second one is an uncolored square, Done. Because I couldn't build it down here, because then the build that comes in would start filtering this as well. Yeah. And then the next one is blue. Oh, okay. Blue. Now I'm gonna take something in from other side. And then I need an uncolored on top. And then need a red one on at the very bottom, at the top. So the red square on top of a white square, of an uncolored square, on top of a blue colored square, on top of uncolored, on top of a red one, and then everyone's happy. Oh, you can't be yellow. You can, but you shouldn't be. There. Obviously we wanted to do this, but okay, so let's oh, this is the final one of the one we've been working on. So how is that? Galactic gliders. How is that anything like the previous one? It just doesn't feel like it's the same shape at all. At least that one is the same shape, right? But at least every layer is single color, which is nice. That makes it a lot easier. Okay, that means I am just gonna rebuild everything. So the lowest level is circle, circle, square, and spike. Circle, circle, whatever. All that just goes away. Circle, square, and spike. No, spike. Correct. Correct. Needs rotation. Good. Then they merge together. And then they get a coloring. And then they get the next one in. And then they go into the train. And then we turn it green. Simple. Second lowest level is 3 circles and a square. That's not at all what we have here. 3 circles has to be a split here. Like that. So this circle is correct, and this one has to be split, or has to be cut We'll just cut it like that. And then it is not correct, so this one has to be rotated 180. There. So now I have the circle part. Then I need a square on the other side. Okay, that means cut and cut, and in the meantime just rotate a little bit there, and that is should be the lower right hand corner. That's perfect. Now they are actually in the right places, right? Let's try merging it together and see. That one, that one. Good. Oh, that one was missing. So we're back to this blueprint shape. And this needs to be painted red. And then we just need the same color. No, not the same color in the second one. No. Oh yeah, we need two of those. Okay, so this build will also be built over here. And then I need it. This level is... No, uncolored. Okay. There you go. And this one was colored, and that's gonna be the red. It doesn't know yet, and then I get the merge in from the previous and out. All right, so the 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is the white layer here that is 3 squares and a round one. And hold on, the previous one was 3 round ones and a square, so it should be kind of the same. So I can just do this build, but then flip it maybe? Does that work? It might. Hey, they're starting to come in. It does work. And it just needs to be rotated 180. Nice. And then get the coloring in from the previous location. And the top one is 50-50 on square and circle. So that's the cut diagonal from these two, and one of them has to be rotated. I don't know which one. Both of them. No. You're fine. And it's the circle that has to be rotated. There. And then they have to be merged. And then they have to be colored green. And then they have to go in. And I think that's the final design. So that was like a complete redesign. So really, really nice that we had easy usage of this. And we still have 49 points left. Yay! Place wrong. Yes, that we fixed that. Yeah, I should always start from the top and down, because then it can start producing and moving into the next level. That's working. This one is gradually working. It's the right shape. Why is there no shape here? Hmm. So this one just, for some reason... Oh. Okay. You gotta better get going now. Hey, we got an extra operator level. Sweet. Hey, 109 points. We are so sort of scraping by. Is it valid now? No, it still doesn't know what's supposed to be here. Right, but it looks okay. This one still doesn't know what it's... How does it not know? I feel that that's gotten worse in this release. Like this thing, I love this thing, but I don't understand why it doesn't work all the time. And it bothers me that I can't rely on it. I can maybe understand why this one hasn't resolved yet, because can it figure out what's going to be on this belt? But this one should be known. Okay, so it knows out here. But you know what's coming in, but you don't know what's going out. But this one knows what's jumping. Like, how can this one know, but that one not know? Maybe because, okay, something has flown through, I guess. So until this one goes through, then it doesn't know what's coming. Maybe that's when it's first one, but then it should get the icon now. Okay, some of them are resolved now. I don't know. What I can do though is start looking at the next shape, like this shape here, compared to that shape. So if I'm looking at it, it's the same shape everywhere and it's full colored. So that should be pretty good to build over on this one, which is on standby. And it's 5 levels high. So let's build it here. That is 3 wedges. Okay. That's actually going to be straining that. There. And then it's actually the wrong one. Perfect. And then that needs a circle. Okay. One more clockwise to be in the right position. Good. And then merge these two, merge these two. That's the shape. Good. And then first level is going to be blue. So we now have the correct shape everywhere. Boom, and we're already ready. And that's blue, uncolored red, blue, uncolored red. And then blue is the last one, right? And then we just need the mergers on top. love how we can just make this super automated. That's it. Let's check if the other one is actually working. And this one can also be deleted now because this is complete junk. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have deleted the train, but whatever. This is filling up towards the first train. Not very evenly. There. But it is filling up. And then it's 15,000 over on this one. So, oh, look at that. We have 242 because this is actually an incredibly simple design. It's just a very intense on the wedge shape. Isn't it because the trains does not keep up with demand, therefore lack of input makes it not auto-solve? I don't know. I don't know. But now we can start on this one, the parasite figure, because that's another one we want. We have 21 points. What's going to be the next thing? What do we think is the most important next thing? I think it's actually the vortex input. Input on steam, input on rectangles, maybe. Capacity, speed. Speed might be like a simple one that we could get. Trash overflows, but not really interesting. Third floor is interesting. These ones a little bit out in the future. That's gonna be like the final unlock. This one would be nice because we might want this one for the paint combinations as well, I think. So I think that might be next. Hey, we're getting it. Yeah, so here's the thing. These designs, like this one, where I use the same shape on every level, is definitely going to get starved. Because I can use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shapes, and I can only maximum bring in 4 shapes at a time. So it will necessarily become constrained, or if I use the same shape on every level. Same with the coloring. And here the issue with the coloring is actually mainly not the fact, look at this, there's plenty of colors, except for the first one. Oh, right, this one has not been color fixed. Huh. I'm gonna fix this color. That's not actually how I want it. I think it's better to do it this way. Because otherwise it doesn't split evenly everywhere. Good. I feel that this one should do the same thing, but I don't know. Do we think so? I'll potentially lose some capacity. Did you extension right in the last increase? No, I did not. That's also one I want. Okay. These are the kind of things that slowly improve, but on the other hand, it also just costs. There's 4 in a row. But hold on, all of these should actually be. Yeah, because I don't want them to depart if there's nothing. If there's nothing to depart with. Oh, that's far away. That's really far away. Oof. So this one particularly. Because if they go 4 in a row, then it won't be sufficient. Oh, these go back with spikes in them. And also this one. Really wish we could sort of superimpose it like that. Oh, we can. Okay, so just shift. Super force build. That's a big stop. There. This one's the one we're missing. Probably also starving. But this one would also make sense for me to get train capacity because that would help on this issue and train speed. The inputs would be nice as well. I don't get why this is not coming in. Let's check it. Train capacity. That means they can each get 4 blocks. Let's do that. How does that crystallize? Nope. I cannot, because I don't have that yet. Hey, it's coming in. But I do know how I... yeah, you stack them by splitting. So you have to split between the crystals. So, for example, if you have a half crystal and you split on top of the other crystal, then it has to be pre-prepared as halves that you then split together with with this splitter. Where is it? With this one, it's the swapper. That's the trick to a lot of things, is actually the swapper instead of stacking. So you can build some shape in multi-levels, then cut it down, not cut through the crystal because then it breaks, but along the lines of the crystal. So you sort of take half a stack of dummies and then half a stack of what you need, and you prepare that half and you prepare the other half, and then you put them into a swapper that clicks them together. So I have half blue and half red circle on top of each other. I can't remember. I don't know. It seems weird. Because yeah, you're right. That doesn't seem like it should be possible, but I know it's possible. But I haven't touched those in a year's time. So since the first update, so I can't honestly remember the details of it. All right. So these two are working good. Let's get started on the next one here. All of this should be fine and stacked up. Good. So first level for that one is 3 circles and a red spike. So we take, that's the circle. Right size, and it's this one that needs to be cut. Okay, so this needs to also be rotated. And then we need a spike. That is also rotating counterclockwise 1. Yep. And now they just need to be stacked together. No, they do not. they need to be colored. And this is red, this is green. Red, green. And then they get merged. Got it? Arrgh. You wanted to start from the top down. That's true. How did that pan out? Also, then let's do it the other way around here. And then I get my little load, wait, signal, and a teal, and one normal wagon here. This doesn't cost anything to put that on in, but it just makes it more robust. Yeah, perfect. All right. Level 2 is just diagonal circle and a wedge. Okay. Diagonal circle and wedge, wedge. And then they rotate. That one needs to be rotated. And so this one counterclockwise and this one also counterclockwise. Both of those counterclockwise. Doot, doot. And no colors. Oh, no, nothing else right now. Oh, really? That's a very simple shape. That looks good, this shape. And then that also looks good. And you're ready to go out. Sweet. And these are coming in really slowly. It should break if you don't use the stacker. Well, the stacker, there's something, if you have a crystal and it falls on top of something else, it breaks. So that's not working. The other part is that, no, oh, right, I know how it is, of course. What you do is you build level 3, make it blue, and then you put in the negative of you want to make on level 4, and then you fill it in. But you can't have holes below it afterwards. And you can, but then it gets way more complicated. So, yeah. Add something similar. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Yeah. So now that they are, like, this is also interesting. This has been running for a long time, but it's really struggling to keep up. Why? Why are we getting like short supply on this side? It's not really that bad supply, but like this is stacked, but this is not stacked. Why? This looks stacked, but then this one is struggling. Like dead. Like really dead. Yeah, okay. So that's the green train. Where's the green train? Okay, so this train is coming in, but missing a square. And someone said like a million hours ago that I was missing squares. Yes. 2 squares coming in. 3 squares coming in. Maybe 3 squares coming in. But they certainly don't... Oh, that's really far away. That is ridiculously far away. But this one has to change. And then get another one of these. Look at me wasting points. So this one's coming in. I need all of these stations here to be using the weight. What? This is also squares. Oh, squares for the low one. Okay. Yeah. That's correct. There's the bulky station, and where's the blue one? That's over here. Yeah. So the colors are fine in this one. What about the colors here? That's also a... No, that's a quick stop. Was the other one fine? I don't know. That's a small stop. Let's pick blue and then the red one. That looks like a big stop. Yes, good. Hey, and the final, that one's coming in. So now they're all coming in, all three of them. And I don't really have enough capacity to start making the fourth one. But let's fix this. So we know that all the colors on the side is correct. And we also know that they have been built, redesigned as consolidated lines. Yep. Then the lines here, let's go through them one by one. Just make absolutely sure that each one is a big stop. Wait, stop, yes. And then from top here, the second line. That's not correct. Wait, stop. And the third line. That was the wait stop. I know I'm double checking things, and that's sometimes a good idea. Wait stop, good. So that's the top one is correct. Then let's take the bottom one. Wait stop. Yep. Wait stop. And the third one. Oh, see? There was a point. We did miss one. And then the last one. Also wait stop. Okay, so everything on this side is correct. Let's go check on the other side to see that it's correct here. These have been consolidated. Good. So we'll do the colors first here. Wait stop. Good. And that one. Not a wait stop. And blue. That's crazy that I get the blue from out there instead of here. No. Okay. Well, I do. Wait, stop. Okay. I'm having some trouble figuring out how to deal with lime signs. Lime signs boiling in the labs. Is there a better way to deal with that other than filter inserter on each lab? Nope. There's no way, better way. You can try to not put it in unless you need it, but you have to have a way to filter the anything bad things in there, because it will happen no matter how much you try. Yeah, this is definitely not enough. That's a wait stop. Good. Number 2. Circles. Also wait stop. That seems a little bit lackluster as well. And that one. Also a wait stop. Good. And the final one. That's far away. That's ridiculously far away. The wedges. Okay. And that's also wait stop. Good. No one is here, but there's a lot of stuff waiting. Okay, so we now know that everything is the way it should be. You can check your buildings in overview, top right corner in the circle with the orange mark. Yeah, okay, so I can see that I have 97 quick stops. That's a lot more than I should have. Sorry if it was confusing. It's alright. It was just the way you're saying lime, but it's because you're saying lime as in it's lime colored. Agricultural science, clever science would all be acceptable. Green science even. So I should have none, but I have 97. That's not a great place to be. See, I have red, blue, but why do I not have any yellow locomotives? I do absolutely have yellow locomotives. Why are they not on the list? Are you not a lime colored train? Or not a come on, you infected me with a lime color. No, yellow and that, but they are not in my statistics here. Why are they not there? Maybe this one didn't get updated. Maybe this is only like basic stuff. I don't know. No roller coasters, no none of this. That's weird. But it's pretty nice when you sort of have a big building and go like, yeah, how many entities? Are there 100,000 entities? This game performs. Okay. Let's see. What is this one? 1, 2, 3 levels. Let me start with the last level. But actually, okay. Let's start with the last level. Level 3 is going to be circle, circle, and okay. So circle, circle, and a wedge. Okay. Circle and also square. Okay. And a wedge as well. This is incorrectly turned. This one also needs to do one more clockwise, and this one goes one more counterclockwise. Now this should all be in the right location. Yes, yes, and yes. So now comes the tricky part, and that is that I need to merge this together and then color it. No. Yeah. Dark color. And red. Oh, I was about to take it from this side. That would be bad. Green is the square. That's nice. And then we merge it together. And this one, let's go one level down and say, okay, so we actually need another wedge shape. So let's kill that. Yeah. Funny how it... Oh, right. No, not funny. There. Now it works. What? Why does it refuse to show me what it got? Oh, because it's the wrong kind of shape. Okay. It was this shape I wanted. So that takes the diagonal out. which is the correct diagonal, but it still needs to be split side by side. That one. And then one of them has to be, the one that's, that one has to be turned red. Good. And then the whole damn thing merges together, right? Here and here. Need more. Because I also need from here. Oh, this is not necessary. Ooh, another 19 points. I'm having a lot of fun with this game. I bought Nilaus 4-lane stacker from YouTube and then made some designs on my own. They are not as effective as Nilaus ones, but I had fun making them. That's the most important thing. So that's the correct shape, yeah. And this shape we're getting here is completely unrevealed to us. Yes. Oh, because that one is a stacker. Yeah, it shouldn't be. It should actually wait until that to be stacked. I think I could save a little bit of space here, but that's not really a problem right now. Yep, that's the shape. Second level goes in, gets the that answer. That's the chip 2 levels. So now I need to figure out what the bottom level should be like. That has 3 green circles and a spike. Is that what we have? Three green circles and a spike. Yes, it actually is. That means it's correct. And these are chugging along, albeit very slowly. But we're actually accruing platform points, despite the fact that we now have 3 active, while before we only, at the start of the stream, we had 2 active, and we're still getting more. It's because of the 120 points. Oh, look at that. We're actually getting 10 research points and 120 platform points for each of these. That's actually making a big difference. A really big difference. Yeah, it was 1 stacker too many, indeed. And the other ones are coming in, but they're coming in really slow. Okay, we have 29 points. What is it we want? Train capacity could we get up? Train speed would be nice to get up. Or did I reserve... Oh, I wanted this one, right? Yeah. I don't think I need it, but I think I want it. 30 more points. Oof. Expensive. I don't want to take all my designs and go from 4 lanes to 12. I didn't want to upgrade to 12 lanes. I didn't want to do 8 lanes because I'd have to upgrade to 12 anyway. I understand that. But for this game at least, or this setting, it's such a long process that I kind of have to. Okay, so they are working. It is not working very well. And at this point, I don't think that I care too much about throughput. As long as they're working. The same with this one. Am I going to go back and optimize these? No, not really. So I will eventually go back and fix these things and then make them into some better shapes, because that's worthwhile. Because ultimately, if we look at these operator levels, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are the ones that are from the milestones. So they'll need to retain. And then these 2 are the 2 non-crystallizer MAM. No, these... Oh, this is the non-crystallizer MAM. The randomized goal and this one. So what these 2 are, I don't know. You get train speed too. Yeah, but having this upgrade without the other upgrade is kind of useless. But I do agree. That one is enticing to get. Can't believe that now we are actually back to waiting time. Huh. And it's not waiting time because of lack of platform units. It's just waiting time. Let's have a look if there's something that isn't working here. Yeah. So I think that a major upgrade to everything would be these trains generally, that they are not fast enough. So if I could do this, how much is that? That's 85 points. Oof. Then it would be much better at passing, sending things in, and obviously I should do the same thing for colors. That's not great. Which one is this? This is the first one. No, the second. That's rectangles. Stupid rectangles. 1, 2. So many. There's also 2 more on the way home, but still, like there. 3 on the way home, but still, just send them out. Might actually, I really should be having someone standing here waiting to be filled up. As long as this is idle, then I need more trains. Well, that's not a fair assumption, but if... There we go. And you're actually waiting now. Great. So this is... Now I have enough. Also just sent 3 trains. And this one's coming in. Great. So actually the shape worked. Some milestones have 2 shapes. Really? Oh, yeah. This one only has 1. That one has 2. And so 1. 1. Funny how this has 2. And this one we're actually looking at is 2 different processes. That's pretty good. Operator level shape. How about making the unload stops, wait stops, and ensure that the provider trains do not return on the long line, right, to pick up while being full. Unload stop. If the unload stops are wait stops, then and they have 4 different shapes, and one of them runs out, is it going to depart, or is it going to wait for the other 3 to empty as well? Because then you got the answer. What does the pin pusher do? Instead of putting a shape, it puts a pin that you can put another shape on top so it doesn't fall down. That's all it does. It's kind of a little bit silly. It's a little bit lackluster. The one thing that surprised me... Boom. The one thing that surprised me the most about here is that the shapes themselves cannot rotate. So you can take the whole shape and rotate, like all 4, but each of the 4 quadrants can't be rotated. This is really strange to me. Because imagine the nightmare that would be. I believe they could do that in Shapes 1, or am I just missing something? And there's also a special interaction with pins and crystals. Only for the one raw shape train unload. What? Because think of, for example, the square wouldn't change anything, but the wedge would be a completely different shape with like curves out and something. Because I also think that 4 shapes is not enough. But on the other hand, like, is the game going to be like significantly different if there are more shapes? No, not really. It'll just mean that I have a 6 train instead of a 4 train. There are 6 shapes. It doesn't really change anything. For me, at least. Yeah. And I also don't want these stops to be stop trains. Oh crap! It crashed. Yeah. Are we still? The stream is alive. Hello. It's not really crashed, but it certainly is not working. But you guys can see me. Stream's fine. Okay. Well, guess we're gonna wrap up the stream. There we go. Now it died. Guess we're gonna wrap up the stream. It's 3 minutes past midnight, so thank you for joining, and I will be back tomorrow with more Shapes 2. So thank you. Good night. Take care and stay effective. That's a weird way to change the stream, like all black screen. Good night.